So yeah, as the pinned message says, I've actually increased my audience participation chance rates to 6 instead of 3. What's the difference, you may ask? Well, when I actually then go to use a chance, it'll end up changing colors, and continue to go down and down as I use them. Just to give you an idea of what it looks like. And that's pretty much it. So, anyway, where we left off in the story, I know that we finally revealed the psych locks of Matt on guard, so he knows something. The question is, what? I may not be able to help in cases because I'm still hunting. Well, don't stray too far, Wolf. I might just need your expertise. If you want to earn the $50. Thank you for the resub. Gift from Time Link. Still rolling there. Thank you, thank you. You sure you heard it right that the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price. Hey, so that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Ungard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ungard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. So what you found about the spy camera? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing anywhere. But for now, I guess you can give these back to you for you to file away the evidence. No, I'm locking in. I gotta get my shiny alpha Totodile this time. I'm gonna take your boy away. Let's see. What is this autoplay option? That must be E for continuing the just chat with the NPCs. Oh yeah, do you know about this card? Card? Edgeworth, for some reason, went pale the instant he saw this card. Hey, I know what this is, pal. You do? No matter what way you look at it, I'd say it's a picture of a shell. That's it? Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really likes those cooked snail things. You mean escargot. Autoplay just advances text for you, I figured. Put that shit down and support the rule. What are they called again? Escargot or something like that? Mr. Nick! I think we just solved the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right? As I suspected, Gunshoe has no clue. Alright, Ah, wrong way. Damn. I keep getting turned upside down in this damn hotel. I don't know, I think I pretty much looked everywhere I could possibly look. So, does that mean that we could Does that mean that we could probably see what we could do to press on guard on his Cyclops? Looks like no one is around. What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face? Oh, she must mean that butler with stitches in his face. Shoo! Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Come on, let's play. I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. Giant bicycle's flying through the air. That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow! Sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh. That's too bad.
There's a giant cooking hearth here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for On Guard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean shoe?
The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
Ah, there are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I wonder why. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Famous stars drop by. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ugh. What is with me feeling inferior today? Excuse me. I'm not really seeing any possible recourse or anything to find here yet, so You're getting really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know what ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. So, I'm guessing probably by the way that text was from Phoenix that, we possibly have enough to potentially break those psych locks. Get his ass! Matt's secret. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan on any attention that whole time that night. I mean, come on! I was in the middle of a nap! Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. Yeah, I've pretty much been dropped down to my last bit because of that trial phase. I'm guessing it's probably one of the surveillance equipment pieces. Aha! Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? In the bear. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. That's one down. I guess Juan had a few those kinds of fans, huh, dude? Fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was you. Mr. On Guard, don't you know... don't you know this bear was from somewhere... I don't think I ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you too. How can you forget such a great friend? Oh boy, the sarcasm dripping off of Phoenix here. What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. On Guard. Dick, indeed. Oh god, I probably shouldn't do that. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. Yep, the purchase receipt. I have it here. 1 credit card receipt, Mr. On Guard. It was from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from that is I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be from the toothbrush I brought that one time. What person buys a $3,800 toothbrush? Unless that toothbrush is in yen, it being paid in yen, and is one of those fancy electronic water pick toothbrushes, that ain't happening. Oh boy. 38, exactly. Phoenix pretty much spelled it out for me. It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. I call bullshit. Ew, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Well, I mean, in another game series, there are some types of coffee that are made from beans that are extracted from elephant poop, so yeah. Oh, they have toothbrushes that squirt water in your mouth too after brushing. That's what I said. It's a water pick. Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So could I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like a stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set that camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Korea's room and filmed it in secret is... Could it possibly be related back to the gospel? I mean, not the gospel, this gossip thing? That's the only thing that really comes to mind, because it does happen to coincidentally Mr. The deceased, Karita, and Miss A.A., well, that could be Adrian Andrews' initials. There, I finally got the name. I finally recalled the name. It stuck to my head. I don't have to call her Mimic Zero Suit Samus anymore. But yeah, this is the only thing that really does step out. Unless it's not a piece of evidence, but rather a person. Well, I'll go with my initial gut instinct. We already know where some of the pieces land, but let's see if this might be the case. Oh, it is! There we go. Adrian Andrews? There is a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Karita were having secret meetings. You, who is keeping tabs on Mr. Karita, you were going to reveal this as fact and turn it into scandal. Isn't that right? Dude, you could be such a moron. Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude, that kind of scandal? That's good stuff. That's what the industry call juicy. The good stuff, juicy? Presenting her profile would have worked too. Oh. Yeah, it was like either between the a gossip article or it would have been Adrian Andrews herself. Look, we could get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Korea because of Miss Andrews. Then there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Korea's room was... It's a piece of evidence. My gut instinct wants to go to the suicide report for Celeste Impacts, and the fact that the suicide note was hidden. Could it be that he was trying to do Adrian a favor, and was trying to find that suicide note? I have a feeling this could be it. If I'm wrong, well, Well, let's see what happens. No, it's not it. Be in your office, dude. Huh? My office? Well, dude, you're always saying really absurd things, right? It'd be like getting a Comedy Channel for free. Okay, so that was not it. Might want to save so you don't have to Oh, yeah, that's right. I could save, like, between steps, right. Good thing I have the turbo click enabled. Look at that go! I have a feeling there would be probably certain streamers that'd be like, I ain't going through this again, so I'm just turbo clicking. Okay. Okay, just out of curiosity's sake, since we already kind of knew what the answer was, let's... Wonder what he said. Oh yeah, it's pretty much the same text. The real reason you said... Okay, this was where I... Oh crap! Because I turbo clicked so quickly, I forgot to... I couldn't save between. Damn it! Okay. So we know it's not the autopsy report. The real reason you set up the camera. Was it this other suicide report? None of the other pieces of evidence add up. Well, if the suicide report was not the answer, then it's probably a safe bet that Celeste Impacts' profile pic is not also not the answer in this case. Am I on the right track, though? Am I thinking it has something to do with Celeste Impacts' suicide, even if it's not necessarily the suicide report or Celeste's profile pic? Because try Celeste's profile? All right, let's see. No, that's not it. So my gut instinct was right about that one. It's not something directly related to... It's not something directly related to Celeste Impacts. Sorry, it's been forever since I did this game. No problem. I know we're in it for the long haul here. This time I'm gonna slow down my turbo clicking after I break the second lock. Okay, I know I got wiggle room because of the Adrian Andrews and the Okay. Oh no, there's no actual... What evidence do you still need info that not even the police can help you? Wait a minute, are you actually talking about that card? Yeah, because, unfortunately, yeah, I would have to... This would be actually a good, This would have been a good quality of life update, so then that way... Especially when it comes to people with so many Cyclocks attached to them, that players could basically reload from before or they failed on that lock. Oh, that's right, we have to prove he has a link to someone. So if the police can't help me with something, it's something that they... So would it be the picture card? Aha! What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly DeKiller, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly DeKiller? That's ridiculous! Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Yeah, literally, because otherwise we're gonna be starting this whole thing all over again. Mr. Matt on Guard, I know why you know Mr. DeKiller. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. Thank you for the pets. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelly DeKiller to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt on Guard! And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. On Guard, you really did hire? Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you... I missed that line, but it broke all three... Jesus Christ! How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on Guard. What the hell? He has an evil alter ego? Complete with the wine glass. What's next? If he gets pissed off, he throws it to the floor like Dracula? Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really... So you are Shelly DeKiller's client? You found his miserable pile of secrets, but enough talk! Have at you! You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, didn't you? I wonder what the guard is thinking right now. What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? That's... You're lying! What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. A superstar like me? How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why? Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. Well, this is definitely a twist that I did not see coming.
Dick.
Yeah, for sure. With that, I could keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl? Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. Unguard's secret would have... well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know. I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly.
How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Korea ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin, too. Oh, how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me. Mat on guard. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Carita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? And I'm guilty. All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Carita! I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Oh. But too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? But you can't, can you? That would mean the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya!
You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word. Or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this! That's such a cliché phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line in this case is Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy...
No! We can't do that!
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, man on guard, that man is really... Ugh! It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense. But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ugh. Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed my clients would be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human. You and I. You want to save someone?
That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do.
People like you and Franziska Farkam are always using all you have to pin me down.
You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you.
But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty.
Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all.
And... I just had a dizzy almost fly in my mouth. And... Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You were so petty!
I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken.
What do you...
Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect win record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you.
Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now?
The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith that you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver!
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain acquittal tomorrow? My. What is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for On Guard's sake?
Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer?
Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client.
Don't toy with me! A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself!
I believe you're asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am.
Yeah.
This is why I'd like to call my aftercare.
What the heck is aftercare?
My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and is a part of the assassin's duty.
An assassin's duty?
We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end.
What is your name?
I believe I told you once before, however. You did. But my name is Dick Killer. Shelley Dick Killer.
You're Shelley Dick Killer?
Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a Dick Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain...
Maya!
It would be my duty as an assassin to see that she receives a nice long nap.
Ah, no!
Now then, if you'll excuse me. If someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say.
Edgeworth!
Hmm?
Did you hear that at the end of the transmission? Shoo!
Huh? Well, it sounded like a cat.
A cat? It can't be. That cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelley the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police units head for On Guard Mansion immediately.
All right. You hurry over as well, then.
Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah!
Okay. Ooh, get a moment to save here. Whew. Boy, the heat is turning up here.
That bear was not there! Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it.
That butler! All this time, he was the killer! But the bear was everywhere. Oh, beware!
Excuse me. He and On Guard were working all together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Oh, it's a figurine bear, but there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing? Is that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu. Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked! Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors right now. Let's go, Edgeworth! Ugh! There's no one here! From the looks of this room, I would say this is Ungard's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment where the crime was committed recorded on it. Sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Being recorded. If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful. It's on Guard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help? Mr. Nick, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. Oh, brother, I remember that shit. No, Beware is a Pokemon. I know that! I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say, I would die a happy Yeah, I remember her saying that! Ah, I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. Could barely squeeze 3 pearls on here. But I wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick. What a spacious sofa. Bet 10 pearls would fit on here. I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. Oh, brother. Can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Ungard taped all of his own shows. I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time, too, I'm sure. Is there something that we could possibly examine on this thing? Nope. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. Would you say Beware is a red panda or a tanuki? Good question. I would probably lean more that tanuki. I'm leaning more towards the red panda thing more than the tanuki. It definitely has more of that striped aesthetic for a red panda. We searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. It's a very heavy door, isn't it? I can't open it myself. Please don't shut me in here by accident, okay, Mr. Nick? If I were locked in a place like this, I'd be playing scared too. Trust me. The light doesn't filter in all the way, so it's hard to see. It looks like there are crates and cardboard boxes tied up with wire here. Wow, I've never seen so many bottles all in one place before. Well, I guess when you're a star, you have so much money you can buy anything you want. Not gonna lie, I would probably enjoy having, maybe not something like this, good grief, but a very small, like, wine fridge, maybe a fraction of the size for certain wines, rums, and whatnot, but that's pretty much it. This just seems very, very excessive. Unless the guy is used to just housing parties at his place. This looks like a picture of Miss Impacts. With love, Celeste. Miss Impacts, you mean? Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impacts be here in Mr. Ungard's mansion? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please, let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back! There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya! She left us a message! What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever! I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for that helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. No! It's Nick Maya!
Right! What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Adrian's final psych lock. Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Okay, so... I am kind of split here. Does the way that Maya left that message imply that no matter what, it's like, hey, don't worry about her? Did she somehow manage to elude the killer and On Guard? And she said, put that guy in his place? Or what? Now I'm kind of curious as to where this game is going to go.
Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill.
Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psych lock. Basically, get the scumbag in jail. And I'm sure it's probably not going to be as easy as just simply throwing your, just basically throwing away your life. You have to the truth has to come out.
Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine. Go ahead. Try and break me if you can.
Final lock. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for the murder?
I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said, revenge.
So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything to say. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. I have a feeling it's going to come down to this last clue. With love, Celeste is written on it. Is this it? This is basically a free pass, as the chance lights that I use are limited to the trials. I have a feeling it's got to be this picture. Because I remember I initially tried to do, what was it, the autopsy report? It should be. It's not?! It wasn't even the picture? Well, yeah, that was... Reload and try it. Yeah, it's like... That was... Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm gonna do. That was a bit deceptive. So it was not even the... So you would think that that piece of evidence... Okay, that was dirty. That was done dirty trick there. Something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Unless we're thinking too inside the box.
Maybe it is the suicide report. After all, if the boys hadn't done what they did, she'd still be alive. Something or someone in her past. Maybe you're right. Maybe when it came to a couple weeks ago, I tried Celeste's picture, and that didn't work. Well, not her picture, her profile pic. And then I tried this picture again, too, and that wasn't it. So could it be this suicide report, or was it this? Yeah, maybe we were thinking too inside the box and tried to tie it to Celeste herself. Maybe it was this. No, it's not that. Damn it! The report on Celeste. Yeah, that was gonna be my next try. I must have for some reason forgot that I actually did not use Celeste Impax's actual suicide report. Let's see. So it's actually down to the incident. Yeah, I must have presented something else that was related to Celeste and thought Mandela affected into my head that somehow I already tried the suicide report. Shit. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that would cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does this all have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Now I think it's gonna come down to the photo that we found in the On Guard mansion. This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ungard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. No more games. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Korea didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Now I'm kind of wondering where those scars came from. In that case, it wasn't a suicide that resulted in Celeste's death. It was murder, and he made it look like a suicide. Because of Mr. On Guard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. I'm casting doubt on that one. How long ago was this particular suicide, though? It was not that long ago, so I would imagine the statute of limitations for her particular case could still be open if new evidence came to light to show it was not suicide. But that's just my theory, and I'm trying to just push that aside for now. They don't say. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when he would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impacts. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that as she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized the note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. The Hero of Heroes contest. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it, because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all of this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their gain. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them into my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with my situation, or with what I know now. To be continued. Part 4-1. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, this is probably E for that bit of the trial. Ugh. How did I get into this mess? Oh god, it's replaying the nightmare from the beginning. That's far enough! You can't run forever! Mr. Phoenix Wright! What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before, some time ago, as if this day was written into my destiny. Judge and Phoenix in a Bahamut stage. Sheesh. Today I'll stand in the court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Oh boy. Thank you for the pets. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You gotta prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me, your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Oh. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever! Maya. Phoenix. Phoenix! Mia! Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But Tits McGee to save the day! I hope so. I'm nervous as to which way this could go. Talk about major or moral conflict. You can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please! There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. It's that accursed Ungard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Ah, Gumshoe! I'm really sorry. Where are you? This girl goes... Oh, for Pete's sake, Wolf, cut the puberty joke. Oh, boy. Oh, excuse me. Now that's the last of my tea. I'll probably take a break later to get some refill here. In the investigation team, we weren't chasing after the killer, pal. Ow! Hey, come on! What was that? What was that for? Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe, until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find the killer. Deflect Bonk. No, you. Okay, kid, settle down. If we could get Maya out, then you could get Ungard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah! Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. Be careful there, Imperial. Oh, good grief. Ugh. Alright, let me just do some quick gargle here. Order in the court. Will everyone please rise? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. We need to put him in the naughty box, seal it, and ship it to Alaska. Why Alaska? Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Because I said so, that ain't a good enough reason, pal! Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Okay, Garfield. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are from those that— Ow! Hey, come on! Really? Cut it out! The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she's guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes. Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin, and the person who hired the assassin is his client, so to speak, is Matt Ungard. What a surprising turn of events! I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said it is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least till Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Oh my god, he looks like he does not want to be here. Now then, witness. I just realized my chair was not set up. Ugh. Okay, anyway. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Angard's room. Okay, sure. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony, and talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Angard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? The defendant's room? Why'd you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright! What is it? You're going to try and trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. Oh, boy. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into a bad guy. Every time. Witness. I will personally talk with to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. Oh my god. Talk about... oh boy. Weak in the knees. Holy shit. So you went to the defendant's room and then... Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Are you sure that was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And? What was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why is that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? Oh, jeez, I'm gonna have to add chapstick to my regimen here. My lips are drying out from all the drinking. You know, I did feel something weird. I
think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? More than a minute or two, I think. So, who are these guests you're talking about? You think drinking would make your lips more moist unless you were drinking something hot or whatever. Well, in a way, I was drinking something hot earlier, and that was the same tea. I've long since drank out that cup. But, But you also have to understand, I'm also keeping my house warm. Gotta stay warm from the cold outside, especially since it's sub-zero temperatures out there. Ugh. Okay. So, who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyperstate. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Oh boy. I thought pressing all the way would have done something. Okay, why is that? You know, I did feel something weird. Well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The bellboy's face. What's so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. He's not talking about you, Your Honor. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack in the middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like as if that thread snapped. All the stuff in his head would come spilling out. Oh, God! That's actually a pretty morbid Silent Hill / Resident Evil image going through my mind. He was there, at Ungard's house. He was that butler! What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Ungard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Ungard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? Let me save here. It's just kind of like pulling eye teeth just back there. Huh? What did you say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, right? Da-da. Yeah, da-da-da-da.
What is it, just press until, oh, finally something interjects? What's going on here? Oh, it's the same thing. So, I just had another dizzy fly try to go in my mouth. You could ask more about the tip. Oh, right. There was that other line of question. Okay, let's get to that point. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips. Wouldn't you agree? Sure, but giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That'd hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious. Oh, boy. What, raise an objection? I said raise an objection to myself? Oh, boy. Let me save here. I'm very wary about trying to pull a landmine here. Ugh. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I be standing around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't you have any proof of this, don't you? Do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime. Shelley DeKiller? He is the person the police's special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy didn't seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha, ha, ha. Huh. This is no laughing matter. That was sarcastic laughter, Mia. And what time was that? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. And then I came back. And I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. That's when I saw... Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell?
All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all. But, you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. Ugh. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next! Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of the room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it was a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers successfully slide, or... I'm almost of the mind it's like, well, if he left empty-handed, he could have left the tray in there. Which is not far-fetched, because I do remember there was a tray left in Kurita's room. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Ugh, Edgeworth! Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. Please don't be so quick to judge. But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw the bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and wine glass on it. Well, that was also in Kurita's room, albeit I think the glass in question wasn't actually the one that ate... well, whatever. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we could dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Hang on. I think because the tray was left... Oh. This could be the wrong... Oh, boy. Well, I think I'm on the right track. It's back and forth between either the crime photo itself or this wine glass. I thought it was kind of starting to come out of the guest room empty-handed. Well, because it could be that it was left there. I'm gonna go with my gut and say, hey, this crime photo probably proves it. Objection! Aha! Got it! Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches, and... So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? The wine glass would have worked as well. Okay. I kind of doubted myself because of the fact of, well, Adrian's fingerprints and whatnot, but yeah, basically what anything showing that the tray, the wine, the tomato juice, and the wine glass was left in there was the answer.
But he's got a point. Are you saying that baseballs are evil, suspicious little shits? Ooh. Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. Now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here. Anyone clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it? The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Ugh! But that would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But you can prove that Mr. Kurita... But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at the time? Yeah, because what does the autopsy report say on that? Yeah. Time of death was 8:15, and if, Mr. Powers thought he saw him go out at 8:10, he wouldn't have been dead. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is it with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, is there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say empty-hand-ed. I don't like the way that's grammatically put. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? I wonder if it's that piece of testimony that was left out earlier. That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Ugh. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. He sacrificed his hands to Voldemort. What was that? Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy, something like that. Oh, now we're at a tension moment here. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much! All of it was suspicious to high heaven! I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please? Yes, Your Honor. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star. We get the point. Ain't rough, man. But even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye in a sort of sneaky spy-like... I knew he was spying! Please, does this really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Let me hold off on that. I don't think I can find out much more from Mr. Powers. I should probably move on to a different topic. So what did the bellboy do after that? Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. On-Guard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went in there, and who knows after that, right? Ugh, I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. Oh god, the old bag. It was just watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony is not as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Ugh, talk about a lose-lose situation. I said hold it! We heard you the first time, Phoenix! Okay. Ask about the person inside. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. On-Guard's room, correct? So it could have only been Mr. On-Guard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person thing inside the room... Oh, excuse me. Alright. Ask about this something. He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. Wooden statue? Hold on a moment. That? Hold on a moment. A statue? Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show him. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. Blah, blah, blah. Well, I think we already know what that thing is.
Objection!
Say something! What was the point of that pregnant pause? Even Edgeworth kind of sums up my... What the effery on that one. Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up! It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? Yep, you said it, Miles. I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out! Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Madame God's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Ongar's mansion would mean... No. It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Ongar is the killer's client. Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! Huh? 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 What is with these pregnant pauses? What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remember who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But, the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. Oh, God. But wait a minute! Wait a minute, he's missing his stitches, but that's probably an artistic oversight. You've got to be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, order, but remember, at least this bit I remember, because it was admitted that Adrian Andrews put on the costume. So, when the arm was stuck out, it could have very well been her that took the bear in. It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Madame God is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clear. What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry! Now, I will... Your Honor! Again, Mr. Wright? You've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? We've already answered about the person who received the bear. Is there something particular about the bear itself? Nothing stands out to it. I'm gonna kind of go on my gut on something here. Out of the box thinking here, possibly. I think it's very obvious the bear itself is very questionable. The bear? Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Ongar's mansion. However, Mr. Ongar was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh, I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Ongar who took this bear to his mansion. Why? That's very true. We didn't even consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew. Disaster averted. Look. God damn it, Edgy! You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time he was Dekiller. Dekiller and Ungard were working together, so to speak, and Dekiller was hiding at Ungard's mansion as its butler. What a bold move! The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard Mansion by Dekiller himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assumed because he would have been bad and had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Is there anything I can check at all? I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion. Okay, so the penalty probably would have applied if I tried to push on Powers' testimony. The fact that nothing got applied yet, it told me that my gut instincts were right about those last two answers. As well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Ungard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew this would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated, it is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? There's got to be more. Objection! There is only one way for me to drag out this trial out. The only thing I have left is one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. And reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at the Ungard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is that possible a different person is Dekiller's real client. The real client? Oh my god, is it gonna... Yes. Is that all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. I think I might be on the right track here. Who do you say is Dekiller's real client and therefore the real murderer? My gut instinct is hung up on the fact that at one point Adrian wore the costume. We have plenty of life, and we have plenty of audience participation questions here. So I'm gonna go on my gut on this one, and only go on the fact that we know that Adrian wore the costume at one point and was caught on camera. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Ungard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Ungard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Ungard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. I hope Edgeworth is just simply playing along in here. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Ungard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why, do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. Oh, God. Is there something inside it? And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. The killer delivered the bear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. The case is unbearable. Shush! Oh, it just... Okay, it's not a to be continued. It's not a save point. What's going on here? Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian. Ugh, I swear this demon will pay! Mr. Nick! Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? How you been hanging there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? If you figured out where Tequila and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! We just had one. Even a single clue would really be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent! Huh? A tent? I can see a circus tent. Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I can see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The Very Big Circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry! And? I can see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay. What else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later so you don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you all right, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Oh boy, she's gonna need a lot of burgers. I was hoping for a to-be-continued save break here, because good grief. Well, at least I can just hold myself over with what I got for hydrates. Order in the court! Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand.
Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural the witness has. Miss Andrews, would you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why? Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. That would kind of make sense. It's a 3D wooden puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell if it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. But it's not holding jewelry, is it? So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. What if I just smashed the bear on the table? Would that open it? You'd probably destroy whatever I'm thinking is possibly inside that thing. It looks like there really is something into that bear after all. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they never guessed that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? Someone get Yugimoto. He solved the Millennium Puzzle. He should take this apart. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. So you can take it apart? How would that go about doing that? Who? Yu-Gi-Oh! Yugimoto, protagonist. Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh. This is most interesting. Is he trying to pull it apart? Yugi! A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. He's actually trying to solve it? Oh my god, if this is a way... It's like, forget about trying to poke holes in testimony. Just see if the judge can solve the puzzle. That'll delay things long enough. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So, what did you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I love how they depict him trying to solve it. Yeah, I kind of figured, because it's just shifting back and forth. I know, because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Ongar didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, There's only one logical question that could come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness.
Yes?
You are the only one who can open this. Please. I have a feeling I know what's in it. It's that tape, isn't it? There's a painful silence in the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you want?
It's the suicide note! Hey, you never know. It could have been a microfilm.
What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? Okay, I better save here. The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impacts. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name in this document. This was definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order!
Witness! Did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by Tequila. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much, just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it. For her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang out and rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impacts left us a record of all that happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Ungard. About being engaged to Krita and Ungard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word. Man Ungard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. It's Ungard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible! What a selfish person! I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. Tequila's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Ugh! How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. Okay, let's take a look. double check on the figurine in the note. Comparing signatures and something about the bear. The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry! The suicide note or the figurine, which one of these should I pursue? What would be the logical answer in this case? Yes, this would be a chime-in moment for you, chat. What would be the logical way to go through this? Would it be the note, or would it be the figurine? It would be the note.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care. I think Your Honor believes that Manongar killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Krita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Manongar could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order, order, order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Yep, because I increased it to 6. Because of the fact that I've been on hiatus for quite a bit. Yeah, I have double chances, and because of the fact that we're going for longer, as well as the fact that I have some hiatus brain fog over this case, it'd be like, okay, let's not torture ourselves with constant reloads. I'm just going to try and see if we could do this, not only with my own efforts, but also trying to minimize how much I use of this as possible. So basically, win with a mix of merits with some backup help from you guys. 6-7. Shut up! It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Fortunately, I think he believes differently. Oh, brother. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. Oh. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. No 69 in this Christian Minecraft server. Is this really a Christian Minecraft server? Did you bless it? Holy water spill. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Manongar and the victim both thought one of the other as their biggest rival. I blessed it with the dick! They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Carrito, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Manongar. Order! Order! Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? You... Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities? Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. He's a white mage with darkness. He can't give a proper blessing. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. I don't sub Dark Knight, you fruitcake. What if we paid you for your sub? Will you Dark Knight it then? You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's Bug Sweeper. You barely pay for my lunch anyway! Oh, come on. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Manongar's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Angard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Just stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief. Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but this eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. One very important thing? Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when we had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections. What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Looking into the item. No way, I paid for both of your subs last year, so now it's time you both return the favor. Oh, brother. Yeah, I'm stumped what she could be referring to. Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? She very strongly implied that there is a piece of evidence. Ha, speechless. I win. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
Your Honor! The defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. Huh? In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's one thing you should really examine about this piece of evidence. Something to look closely at. Ah. I mean, I have plenty of chances. Well, I mean, I have plenty of chances, so I'm just gonna try and see if I can guess. It's gotta be something related to what Edgeworth was looking at. No, no. Oh, thank you for that stretch. Something to look at closely. I almost have a feeling it's got to be something, one of the electronics or something. There's like a limited time frame on this thing. Well, Mr. Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed, but I think the item that should be examined is in defense's gray matter. Whoops. Mr. Wright, after this trial is over, I would like to see you in my chambers. I think there are a few things we need to discuss. Yes, Your Honor. If you're going to speak, at least use your brain to make something intelligible. So you're telling me I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. Really something you should examine about this piece of evidence. Okay, I kind of give up on this one. What evidence would be? What would be the implied a piece of evidence that Edgeworth possibly overlooked about something? The note itself? This note, the suicide note again? Is that what you're saying? Okay, that went away. That's Miss Ampax's suicide. No, the note of Wendy's order. Oh, shush. Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... the handwriting of this suicide note has yet to be analyzed! Oh! So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Ampax or not, that is yet to be remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be session. Mr. Wright! Are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? Point taken! Because she's the only other person who knew that that bear was a puzzle. How dare you! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could have solved this puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! There goes her glasses again. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Ugh! That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It says the defense stated the handwriting is yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good. Good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry the trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I have no choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. Engard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is it with it? What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say. Besides, I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. Just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't. We don't have any more. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh, what is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Wow, that was some animation. Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying... Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? You can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess, but be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Oh my god, when is there going to be a to be continued? This has gone on quite a bit. Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Report! Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out! Right! It looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like this are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I had to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. My hunk of a car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. All right, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. No, don't do that, you dumb dick! I was left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Don't tell me he crashed into the courthouse! Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving out a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he's at this moment? There has to be a way. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. There's someone you know who always has eyes on him. A transceiver? Is it the transceiver? I'm gonna technically call this as not part of the trial, so not part of the trial, so you're free to answer this without cost. It's the transceiver, isn't it? Because it's something similar to what Franziska von Karma uses. Or would it actually be her profile? It's herself. Okay. Why are you bringing up Franziska at a time like... Oh, I see! I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Franziska. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Oh, finally, to be continued. Order in the court. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you seem distraught? Why do you also seem distraught, Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Okay, that's not the answer I was expecting. This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order! 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 Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a little more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well, well. It looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about it on guard. However, Your Honor, even though that suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Angard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that Angard had no idea the suicide note was a fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Alright, anyway. I see the little thing that you sent there, Wolf. Okay, anyway. So, save. I bet it was a dick pic. No, actually it was, remember I commented earlier about, that wine cellar? Yeah, he sent a bottle rack. You don't need more than that since you don't drink that many bottles of wine. Yeah, I usually do one at a time. Okay, so now we're back in the trial. We got 4 chances left. I got a little energy back. Cannot back down at this point. But is there an I don't think backing down is an answer, but is there evidence to possibly poke a hole? He's trying to make you a raging alcoholic. So, So now the question is, do we have evidence that would poke a hole in the theory that Madangard would still wanted to try and possess the note, even though he didn't know what was actually in the note. Oh boy, I hate to be running out of chances right now. Running low on chances. So, okay. I don't have an answer. Wolf, anything you can chime in with here? Is there evidence I could present, or should I back down? The spy camera? The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Angard to not have known it was a fake. Take that! What's this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Angard knew to the existence of this note, because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Angard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah! So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engarde's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engarde monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engarde didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made a forgery at an unknown place? Ugh! Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. Oh! As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured. It came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engarde's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? It's not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley DeKiller to commit the murder. That's impossible! Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty! And looking at the court record, there is no one I can think of off the top of my head that would be able to answer that question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? Yes, go on, who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley DeKiller. Oh, Mr. DeKiller. Wait! What? Shelley DeKiller? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright, yes? Is it all right with you? Do I have a choice here? DeKiller will come to the court. Oh, boy. Well, it's not like I really have any choice here. I think I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is all right to do this. Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. From the transceiver? Are you kidding me? Very good, sir. My name is Shelley DeKiller, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley DeKiller. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Kurita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Kurita. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelley DeKiller. What is he going to say? There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself, and that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. It It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. DeKiller seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his client and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Alright, here we go. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the DeKiller name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be on my client aimed for very long. They would certainly... That's enough, please! No more time! Please, no more! Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. Holy shit. He just outright threatened the judge. The judge had better watch himself. Oh, excuse me. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on. Well, it appears this you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about my situation. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ugh, that egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. The text of this game covers the radio's mouth moving. Yes, I know. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. So, make the text box more transparent. I'm sorry, but I was just wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who'd have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point. I think, really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. That part...
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will.
Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Wankarita?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier!
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be! On the phone earlier. What's going on here?
My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edward in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with his court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matt Ungard, perhaps?
I knew it. This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie! But you were the one who summoned this witness! You Shelley DeKiller!
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Ungard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all.
No!
With all this evidence, it's obvious to me that Mr. Matt Ungard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Ungard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. DeKiller is lying. And Ungard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can it live with itself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please! That testimony just now, it was all one big lie! Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died! And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie!
But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified he has named you as his client.
No, that's not true!
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright!
Huh?
You know the truth. Tell them.
There's no way a Matt Ungard would be doing all this and it turns out it was all just an act. There's no fucking way that's the case.
Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please. Help me.
Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor? I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do?
Continue the trial.
Phoenix, I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Ungard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Ungard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. I think I might be on the right track on this one. Yeah, I think this case really epitomizes the title of this game, Justice for All. I believe Adrian's innocence more than I do believe Man on Guard's, that twisted fuck. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth, that is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About... All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about, usually done? But what should we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it anyone or no one likes to go to court? Alright, hey, I am kind of curious now to see what game settings... What is it? I'll just allow low transparency just to see what it looks like here. Oh my god, I could barely see through it. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is the most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Objection! Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Yeah, I can see... Oh, it stopped. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end, but I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No! I'm not thinking of hiring. Mr. Wright, yes? You want to kill me. Do you want me dead? Don't you? What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You are hereby declared guilty. Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are not your client, are they not?
I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. Tequila. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my clients this time thought they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services. Ever! Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning? That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Huh? So, why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who had requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. On Guard. If that is the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill. That is all. And I leave my business card behind. Naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even though they did say it's for revenge, it's setting up someone else to take your fall. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called onto the stand again. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do, Phoenix? All I can do is now expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Wait a minute. I think Edgeworth did give a hint. Wouldn't do such thing, that is correct. Usually, That wasn't it. Which one was it? There's something odd about this statement. I feel like this is where the contradiction is. Edgeworth seems to think so too. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. Something is poking at my brain. I can't quite think of what it could be in this case. Knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead.
Something is not adding up. Edgeworth's reaction to the end of this the pressing of this statement seems to imply that it's between this or this that I should present evidence to throw in a contradiction, to expose a contradiction. From the very beginning, Juan Corrida already knew? Something's not right about that. Well, let me... Well, I still got a little bit to use here. Slip between two. Okay, I'm gonna have to use a chance. Chat, you may answer this. Chime in. Which statement and which evidence would it be the contradiction? Because I've pressed all I could and got nothing else out of it. So there's got to be a contradiction in the statement. I'm hung up on this one simply based on Edgeworth's reaction. The wine glass on that statement that... And I was initially leaning on that. Objection! Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why the glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. The glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not very important to the point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all! How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix? If DeKiller figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Objection! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised! You know you can't say things like that without any evidence! Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. Prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items DeKiller left behind to get here. I should know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. The request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory. I believe I made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may your cross-examination, please. Hold it! 1 week ago? Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please stop! In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time. Hold it! Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that? Request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. He must be talking about the bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him into his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. If I had not done the job that night, I would not have known whether that bear figurine was... I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was that a testimony just now of any importance? God damn, the stream keeps pausing. Wait, what? Alright, so going back to this... Ugh. I don't know if it's possible for me to just back out and press on that again. Because there was talk about the, testimony about the note and whatnot. Ugh. I think my brain just fried. Let me see if I can try to at least back out on that one. Possible. Okay, let's press this again just to refresh. Ask why on the specific night. No, I tried to fulfill all my conditions by client's request, but as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. He must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was the suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I wouldn't have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Let me press on some of these other statements first. I'll just have to mull over that ad for a moment. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that with that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else, and the only way to establish it is to speak with the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony now just of any importance? Why he meets his clients is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face-to-face. Him face-to-face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face-to-face. Well, Mr. Wright... Wait a minute. He said him. That, to me, sounds important. If I heard what I just heard just now, then I think I got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now with your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I could trust this person as a client. Wait, you have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you could do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. From the moment I saw him. But wasn't he just saying that Adrian Andrews was his client? I feel like that's a contradiction to present a profile, but could I possibly press further on this? But as we know, that was not how it turned out, correct? What do you mean? Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right? Well, yes, I suppose you're correct. So I'd like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? So your client was Adrian Andrews? That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, that is... Okay. I feel like this is where I should present something, but now my logic is split. Do I present him, as in present Matt on guard, or do I present Adrian Andrews to basically say, you just said this was literally your client. Who is him? Okay, well, I got plenty here, so I'm just gonna go on my gut about this contradiction.
Objection!
Yep. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. Ow! Hey, come on! What was that for? How many times do I have to repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley to Killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews! Oh. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up about her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now about her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman! Oh! Ah! You fell apart! Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? One moment while we get this thing back together, Your Honor, it's broken. This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Is he leaking sweating oil? Or whatever? That's just downright nasty! Mr. Edgeworth, I understand. Oh, shit. I just realized I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? Sweating WD-40. I believe it has something to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one has stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What's going on? Shelley DeKiller! This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So, does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course! Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There had been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we could do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. But didn't you just say you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with the game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. Client... the killer... met with his client? Not yet. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning was a waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. At least that didn't penalize me. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I had been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? Oh, for crying out loud, Judge. I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. Electronic is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... two or three other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. This killer sounds like a sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious. Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did. Once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The Nickel Samurai mask, I'm guessing? Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Wait a minute. I think there is a contradiction, because if they never saw Adrian Andrews, and at that time he gave the teddy bear, if they was still wearing the mask, they would not have known if it was Adrian Andrews. I feel like that there is a contradiction. Let me save first. One thing does sort of stick out at me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Powers' testimony. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. Ungard, and at the time, he was not wearing his Nickel Samurai mask. Oh! Order! Order! Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness! Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to various rooms. Is that so wrong? Huh? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person. I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly so generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by saving people out of this trade, you wouldn't be here as a lawyer, is that right? Then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Oh, the deja vu, and isn't his salary more than enough for one man, if his office is anything to be believed? And where's your evidence that the large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money! What? Mr. Attorney. Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know. Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. Ugh. I think we are on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I am free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry! Please forgive my foolishness! If only you were apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness. Pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me. I don't know after that last one. And that's exactly what's so bad. At the rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious a situation that will put us in. Oh yeah. All I could do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Oh boy. This is really precarious. This is a very dangerous situation now. Should have been pressing further. Well, I've already pressed on that one, and I saw where that was going. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Just why you want to cross-examination? Could it be that you are planning to betray your own clients? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber, and should you turn out to be one... Wait! Oh, this is really looking bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think, is this worth pursuing? Okay, I will allow another chime in on that. Should I press further, or should I let it go? I am really scared for what could happen right here. Keep it going. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it is truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you say in your testimony. As you wish. I found this figurine at Mr. Angard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Angard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you see any problems with this testimony? So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So, now what? Oh, it's Dr. Wright. What evidence could we possibly present that would be strong enough? Oh my god, I'm... Oh. Has to be strong evidence. But what could be strong enough to... Let me think it over again. It's no use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here, pressing this witness anymore would be extremely dangerous. Frame, Mr. Hungard, I'm sure. So it is said, but I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, yeah. You have to present strong evidence. But I don't know if I happen to have strong enough evidence to make that point make that solid point. And I don't see the rationale that would end up putting in the. And I don't see the. I don't see the rationale behind what could possibly be a contradiction in that statement, so I think I'm on the wrong track for that one. Damn it. I hate to use my last chance, but I'm out of ideas here. All 6 chances wasted. Ugh. All right, what am I supposed to do here? Speak up, Ed. What am I supposed to do here? No idea. Woof. Lost track because I had an emergency. Uh-oh, what happened? Well, this is what I pressed on. Well, the only thing I really didn't press extremely hard on was the very first statement, because I don't think that... Hold on. I think this was the one I didn't actually thoroughly go on. Yeah. Do you have any proof that Mr. Killer met with his client? This was the only thing I didn't really go further down on, because literally there was no evidence to present on this. Or at least nothing that sticks out obviously to me, unless it happens to be the proof is whatever testimony Powers had. But if but given in how dangerous this particular witness is, okay, let's just see what happens here. Here's proof the witness met with his client who wished Mr. Kurita dead. This does not feel right to me. I feel like this one is a trap because nothing sticks out to me that would want. You can't actually see evidence. This one, I don't. Yeah, the bear came up. I strongly feel that whole thing is a trap. Find the bear figurine and give it to Mrs. Andrews. To Adrian Andrews. This was, yeah, the bear figure came up. Gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know. Oh, there's yet. I know if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. Now the question is there strong evidence that I can present on this statement? That's what I'm getting hung up on here. I don't know if it actually comes down to the figurine itself or if it's something completely different. Again, I'm not blah, blah, blah. I'm not, crap, I spilled my tea. The note itself here? Okay, I mean, hold on, let me quickly wipe tea off me. I thought I had less tea in my cup than I actually did. Ugh. Let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take that bear and wait for her at On-Guard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. You think it's the note here. Yeah. Shelley to Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Christ's sake, Your Honor. Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure there would have been the suicide note. I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Yeah. Order, order, order! So that's where you two were going. So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh! Order, order, order! Mr. Phoenix Wright! I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above everyone all else! I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement! The emergency that I almost lost my chance to get shiny Alpha Totem, I finally found my boy. Oh, that's to you. Phew. No, that's not. That's enough. If this is your intention, there's only one more thing for me to do. Wait, please! Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No! Please! Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand, otherwise... What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution, What has come over everyone? Even you are... The prosecution... rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that's the case, then, even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt on guard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder? The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant Matt on guard to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. So, I guess even the old Fuddly Dudley figured me out. Mr. On guard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? Better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die! But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty? Or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end! It all hinges on what I choose! Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements on the matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt on guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want. Aren't you? Right. I can't do this! But I have to decide something. I can't count on evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on guard, is... I save Maya, an innocent's life was destroyed, but if I don't, she'll be lost. And yet, he goaded me to press on. She wouldn't want me to save her life just to help this coward out. Yeah, I know. Shaking my mouse won't help me. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Man on guard is your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Man on guard is...
Objection!
Franziska! Franziska von Karma! What are you doing here? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces. Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. A Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence here, in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine. And his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. That's his coat! That's Gumshoe's. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there's nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? I feel like this is the good... Ooh, to it. This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand out my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this is one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. Must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor, the killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. This is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Well, I don't know if the gun would have anything to do with it because there was no mention of any gunshot. But just as a generalized question, is it fine to just ask for more details just to see what may come up? Or am I just safe to just skip this? Because there's nothing involving... nothing about this case involved a gun at any point. Would that be a correct generalization in that case? It's fine. Press questions. Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least, with me. That was the gun the killer tried to kill Von Karma with! That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. It's probably not going to help us very much. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from On Guard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah, but I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is bellboy uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There is even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform, and what is that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor! Please allow me to examine the new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand out a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix, I knew that there was no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's try. For my sake, just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first, make Angard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Angard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking for me to do the impossible. The second way, force the killer to end his contract with Angard. If the killer were to no longer think of Angard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible! He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from on the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? Outside the box. The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We've seen all the pieces of evidence, and that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Alright, let's see. Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectively sit back and listen, kids?
Objection!
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Huh? Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
Objection!
That's impossible! To turn this situation around in one try? One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix. Think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking Angard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Merry Christmas. Welcome on in, Time Blank. Hope you're doing well.
Ugh. Who would you like to show the evidence to? Who? That tells me it is a person. I've narrowed it down to a few people. The killer, Andrews, on guard. It's down to at least 3 people from what I can see. Am I at least on the right track to thinking it is someone who is related to the case? Okay. I failed to see the rationale in trying to show it to Matt on guard, so I don't think it would be him. And how is it... And the other person that I think would be eliminated is... How would you possibly show it to Shelley the Killer when he's only able to speak through a radio? To me, that does not seem to add up. So the only person that really comes to mind is show it to Adrian Andrews, but is it truly the right answer? Or am I thinking am I thinking too much inside the box still? And I'm out of chances, so... Inside the box again, huh? No more hints, you blew it all. Ugh. I'm doubting myself here. Wait, inside the box again. When you mean inside the box, do you mean that my line of thinking that it could be Adrian Andrews is too inside the box? And that, for some ironic twist, it could actually be showing it to Matt on guard that would somehow make him fall apart? Yes, in a roundabout way, this would be a $50 thing for you. You're close. Wait a minute. What do you mean it's close? Just pick someone. Ugh. But what would the rationale be? That's what I'm having problems with. Close? Yes, buying the answer. The rationale is close, but I just failed to see how showing the evidence would end up doing it. I have strong inclinations about who it is, but it is the killer? How?
Take that!
See, and now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Oh my god, it's multiple pieces? What? It has to be the tape. That's the only thing. He's seen the gun. He's seen the bellboy's uniform. The tape is the only thing that he has not seen. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. All right, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have planted a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. Oh, that would have been a really bad spot to save. Yeah. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Man on Guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did it is my whole ticket out of this mess. That would have been a really bad spot to save, yeah. Holy moly, Tama! I see Garflin, I see Tama. Who else do we have on in here? Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope you're doing well. Oh, my name is Stud the Kangaroo. I'm just a casual gamer, Midwestern streamer, and we're wrapping up. We're getting to the end, so yeah, we're deep in spoiler territory for this particular case. Let's get some shout-outs rolling here. I see... Tama. I mean... No, wait, what did I click? What did I do? Wait, whoops! I meant to do, not raid, I meant to do that. Mods, let's get a shout out. Why are you raiding? I messed up. I meant to type shout. I meant to type shout out and I typed raid. That was my big, you unrated the raid somehow. What? I hit cancel. I raid review stream. I meant to type chat. Ow! Hey, come on! I meant to type. I meant to type shout out, and my brain is sitting right back this. I typed. I was like, wait a minute, that's not what's supposed to happen. Then I realized, oh shit! I typed raid. I meant to say shout out. Ow! Hey, come on! Ow! Come on! Please! Mercy! 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 Ow! Hey! Jeez! Help! Godfrey, please! Will you stop if I have the mods do? Ow! Will you guys stop if I don't give mods? If you give a shout out, Wolf, can you give a shout out for Garflin, Miles? Shout out to Sir Gaz. I know that there are also string beans here. Oh boy! Ouch! My head. Oh boy, but I hope you're doing well, Tama. What was it that you were playing earlier? No reason to cry. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. I was playing 7th Saga. How was that game? And for some reason, that name, that tile sounds very familiar. How is it going? I don't stream often enough. Hey, we're still glad to give shout outs to the beans. I missed the raid. Welcome on in, Cynic. Cynic, hope it's going. We are late in the game. Hey, nice. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weak thing. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Anytime. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? Oh! I don't know if that was a cry of pain for being busted or just a cry of anger at what this guy did to him. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That's the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Cynic accidentally undid the raid. Well, oh. Alright, let's see here. Who else did I miss here? There we go. I believe Cynic was also, Let me just look at something quick. Oh, boy. Boy, this has been in quite the turn of events, and despite all the internet going on, I would... Could this be possible that we finally... I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ha! I get it! This is how we'll turn this case around, Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened. Kind of a... Ah! Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. On Guard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. I think he's gonna beg to be found guilty if it means staying in prison and staying away from the killer. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Technically, in terms of murder... Pleading for him to be found guilty would be more of an act of revenge for all the hell that he put us through. But, technically speaking, he's not the one who murdered Matt on guard, although he would definitely be an accessory to that murder, so in technical speak, you don't need a hint for this. Yeah, no matter which way he goes, he's gonna be basically... I feel like having him... You don't have to worry about Maya anymore, yeah. I feel like him going not guilty and then having to watch over his shoulder for the rest of his life is punishment enough for me. Congratulations, Mr. Madangard. Please make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Madangard. Please, wait! What's the matter? If I get a not guilty, I'll be killed. Huh? I'm... Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ! Guilty! Ah! Shit! Wow! As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that's of no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, you've gotten the bad ending if not for Wolf, you Pringle. Yeah, because I would have said... Because that would have been the, wrong person. He narrowed it down, but the literal fact that he wasn't there almost overrode me. That's the first time I saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You've got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt on guard, is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those are your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to being a lawyer means to you. Right! Edgeworth! I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody.
Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah, Mr. Maya's safe! You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick.
Ow! She punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Ah!
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier, thanks.
Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy?
I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma.
How dare you?
Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth, for my own personal victories and for my guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought on him in my usual manner, and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then... it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense!
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so,
Objection!
no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses, the truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one, it's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth.
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth's wife, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma.
I didn't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma, and neither am I. It's over. It's all over! Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay.
Ick! Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're all right.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. I was wondering when this was gonna pop up. I was gonna say, damn, Maya, you look good for starving for 2 days.
All right. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starved! I'm so hungry even you look nice. Like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
Oh no! You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Oh God.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist. You know, you'd think the police would have given Maya something to eat. Yeah, something to tide over the hunger. A granola bar, something.
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening, and I got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food!
Hey, oh my goodness, Dick! Holy crap! I'm surprised, given the accident that he was been through, that it was only just bandages around his head. Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. You broke the dick! I didn't break the dick! He was the one behind the wheel! Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. Jesus! A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old hot was gonna give out on me. I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than that very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks.
Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? You don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now, everyone gather around. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta brought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have been had a very different ending. Well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from To Killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of those items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item?
Come on, y'all, it's over. But, ooh, boy, I tell you, you really are something else.
Between getting accused of
murder and getting kidnapped? Never a dull moment with you two, huh? You think?
Why does she look so happy about that? I wonder what the 4th item is. I have a strong feeling I know what it is.
But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had a rough gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mr. Baya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad.
Okay, that just threw my expectation out the window. I wonder if that 4th item could be Maya's picture. Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now if you excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Is there really anything I can give here? Is it really gonna come down to the whip? There's so many items here that... It is the whip. Yeah, that's the only thing... What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You... and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Miss Maya? Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean...
Pearly, will you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me! And there's your new sticker, Miles. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
Huh? Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow how for 3,000.
Huh?
Actually, I reckon and you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. This is great, Mr. Nick. Yeah, hey, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
You don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
All right, then. If you say so.
Objection!
Okay, that was not what I was expecting. I was actually going to go in the other room and scream. Oh, Lord.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Don't push your luck, Maya. That's all I'll say. Whew. And with that, that is justice for all.
I'm so happy that you could save Mr. Maya and Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case.
Oh, boy. Yeah, but who's gonna pay for it? Oh, boy.
Stop squeezing your nipples. I'm not squeezing anything.
Started had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I already said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it! Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal! Oh, brother. So what are my thoughts on this? Boy, the way some of these cases can go can really bend your brain muscles.
I'm Maggie Bird. I'm retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope to stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Oof. And the one person we have not seen, at least to my recollection, in this whole game. Oh, you think this game was tough? Wait until the next game. Oh boy.
Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Huddy. Recently, yes, a girl you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember if I laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I get whipped, though. Yes.
It's the Crotch Goblin! You said it! Ugh. So it'll be interesting to see what the next game brings. It's time to begin our quest of World Circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe? What? Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake? And bunnies who can talk? Oh boy, I think you're in for something. I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they wouldn't laugh at Moe's jokes. Oh boy. Yeah, if you don't mind charging $10 trillion for admission. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls, represent! You got a new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it! Oh, great. I don't think there's gonna be anything left of that voice when he's done. What's this drat? It's just an ordinary electric razor charging stand. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? But it's Eddie Pooh's idea, so that must be in a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me? Would they? It was never like this in the old days. They went out of the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like going to feel the pain that I heal. They're going to feel the hurt. Speaking of oh my god! Shut up! Oh god. Oh boy. But yeah, I liked the story. The cases, whew. Oh, again, mental gymnastics. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Any more testimonials? Oh, to Killer. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. I guess he managed to self-destruct the receiver. Is that it? March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International Departures Gate 12. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. Huh. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage, but it's going in the trash. I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred Gonkama's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There is no doubt about that. But me,
I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be the one. I had to. You may not be a genius like a father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I am not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and fucked ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you.
Oh, wow. Talk about parting words. And then finally my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That's supposed to be my revenge.
I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit or walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
I was wondering when that crying frame was gonna show up.
Phoenix Wright, one day, someday, I'm sure they'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
Wow.
That must be Maya's pick.
Oh. Well, that wraps it up then. Thanks for joining me through the... Ooh. Well, it's the second game, but boy did the trials and tribulations really kick off there. As for the final game of this trilogy, we'll handle that at some time in the new year. When that'll be exactly, well, we'll find out.